federal government is ready to make their presentation. We'll be proceeding immediately, shortly. Please mute your cell phones. Just a reminder. And I appreciate when you obey to have your phones turned off. We discussed national parks this afternoon. And it's an established park. We have no jurisdiction on established parks. We would suggest that you don't even bring up your concerns on national parks to NPC. And your opinions do count on a related matter. And as always, I will ask you to stick to the Nunavut Planning Commission Draft Land Use Plan. You may proceed now. Please state your name and your organization. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Chair.
Terry Audla.
My name is Terry Audla. I'm with federal government. And I would like to say, first of all, to the community and hamlet of Pond Inlet, thank you for hosting these proceedings. Thank you. And community representatives, I have seen some of you, I recognize you, and it's nice meeting you again. Resident Bay, Markamawalik is a relative of mine, Philip, Jocelyn, and Grisfjord. Just want to recognize Liza, Marty, Liza, Jimmy. Planning Commission, thank you for bringing this group together. It's important that we exercise the Planning Commission work. Thank you. Good work. I started my role with federal government in March. Therefore, I'm going to have a short presentation. We will do our best to answer your questions, and if we are not able to respond to your questions right away, we can do so in writing related to this process. I like to recognize NTI Aluki Kuchik, and other delegations from NTI. First of all, I'd like to introduce my colleagues, Transport Canada, Anita Goodmanson, Manager of Land Use Plan, Jeff Hart, Manager of Policy Coordinator Development, Director of Resource Management Spencer Doerr, Kim Polly, Janice Trainer, and sitting behind us, Scott Kidd and Simon Gouda Dubeck. So I will start.
As a way of introduction, developing a first generation Nunavut land use plan is difficult, complex, and the Government of Canada recognizes the efforts and commitment of the Nunavut Planning Commission. Nalunang ito dakwa Nunavut miutay
For the fact that the people of
amisum ni isumalong
Nunavut have many concerns. We have heard your questions today and the answers that you have received. We are pretty much aware of what your needs are. You don't always get what you want in terms of answers, but at the best of time, your concerns are answered too. And in English, there's a saying,
try and strive for
nothing
perfection.
is perfect, but we can strive
When I think about
for perfection.
the task at hand for the Nunavut Planning Commission, and that it's a territorial-wide plan, it's a very difficult task. It's very complex. There's competing interests. There's people like the Inuit associations, Nunavut Tungavik, regional Inuit associations, hunters and trappers, hamlets, community members, and everyone else, Sinnaktit, the people that have other interests, all have competing values. And to try and balance all that and to put it into a plan is not easy. And I know we won't arrive to anything that is perfect, but we can work together to try and make it as perfect as we can. Principles and objectives in Article 11 of the Nunavut Agreement and Part 2 of the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act require an understanding of how people are supported by the land socially, culturally, and economically. The values and priorities of residents, and particularly the aspirations Inuit have to determine their own path to future well-being. The result must be a plan that meets these aspirations, guides development, and also provides for conservation and other uses of the land. Since the plan was released in July 2021, the Government of Canada has been working to provide productive recommendations to the Commission, as well as working with the Government of Nunavut, the designated Inuit organizations to discuss issues we have in common. And we continue to be committed to this process for the benefit of Nunavut and all Canadians. The mandate for Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada continues to renew the nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown, government-to-government relationship between Canada and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, modernize Government of Canada structures to enable Indigenous peoples to build capacity and support their vision of self-determination, and lead the Government of Canada's work in the north. And the Government of Canada, under the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, is an approving party to land use plans in Nunavut. In addition, it shares a role in ensuring the principles and objectives of the planning process, and that process and those principles are being carried out and met. The submission that I'm providing today was developed on behalf of the Government of Canada, in part by the Canadian Coast Guard, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Department of National Defence, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Global Affairs Canada, Justice Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Parks Canada, and Transport Canada. And as I mentioned earlier, some representatives from various departments are here with me today, while others are viewing on the live stream. The summary of each department's mandates can be found in the annex at the end of this presentation, which are available in front in Inuktitut and English.
These documents are at the front.
The Crown has a duty to consult when drafting and revising the plan, the Commission considers comments at the hearings and community meetings, as well as any written submission. These could include any concerns brought forward on potential impacts to Section 35 rights. The Government of Canada encourages Indigenous organizations and governments to identify to the Commission any potential adverse impacts to their rights and how these may be addressed through the plan. The Government of Canada remains actively engaged throughout the Commission's process. Listening to Indigenous concerns and seeking any information on how they may be resolved. I'll sort of pause here based on my presentation, but I'll try to get into the main point I just said about why we are here. Commission in bringing out these hearings that we've had so far. Cambridge Bay, Rankin, Thompson, here in Pond Inlet, and in a couple weeks' time in Iqaluit. It is a very important process. One of the members from the communities read the preamble from the Nunavut Agreement earlier today, and I won't read it in its entirety, but it starts with an agreement between the Inuit of the Nunavut settlement area as presented by the Tungavik Federation of Nunavut and Her Majesty the Queen in Right of Canada, may she rest in peace, and the whereases that mentions the following objectives: to provide for certainty and clarity of rights to ownership and use of lands and resources, and of rights for any to participate in decision-making concerning the use, management, and conservation of land, water, and resources, including the offshore. To provide Inuit with wildlife harvesting rights and rights to participate in decision-making concerning wildlife harvesting. To provide Inuit with financial compensation and means of participating in economic opportunities. And lastly, to encourage self-reliance and the cultural and social well-being of the Inuit. I've worked with this land claim since it was ratified, and I've had amazing experience with various leaders that were at the negotiations, and to have good insight as to why it is that they negotiated specific clauses as they were written. And when you look at the objectives that I just read out, everything that follows is working towards these objectives. A big part of that is Article 10, and that's what created the Institutes of Public Government. Article 11, the Nunavut Planning Commission. And then the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, and the Nunavut Water Board. Even though they are institutes of public government, it fulfills part of the mandate where Inuit jointly manage their resources. The Planning Commission is comprised of individuals appointed not only by the Government of Canada, but by the Government of Nunavut, the Inuit organizations. And it's the Planning Commission that are co-management institutions, and we rely heavily on your work to ensure that the right decisions are being made for Nunavummiut. There's beauty in the design of that. And this is something that we hold in high regard, and that we want everyone around the table, in the communities, and all Nunavummiut to know and understand that we do work to ensure that everyone is being heard. We all know that not everyone will be heard, but we want to try and make sure that everyone from the communities, from the Inuit organizations, all the representative bodies have some say, so that we do the right thing for all of Nunavummiut. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide a high-level overview of the comments and recommendations submitted to the Commission by the Government of Canada on the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. The written submissions we provide to the Commission are on the public record. They are more comprehensive and contain more detail on the issues than we have time right now to present. It's important to note that although we are identifying issues that need resolution, the Government of Canada is confident and committed to a collaborative process that will make progress toward developing a sound, well-supported, and clear first-generation land use plan that can be successfully implemented. The remainder of our presentation will focus on key outstanding issues and recommendations for how they may be resolved. We will then provide some conclusions and talk about a process for moving forward. The Government of Canada's review is guided by our priority and expectations for a first-generation land use plan. These include that the planning and resulting plan legally comply with the Nunavut Agreement and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The plan must be consistent with federal commitments and policies. The planning process has credibility, so it is clear that the development of the plan is supported by a meaningful, inclusive, and transparent public and stakeholder consultation process. As well, the plan must be clear, understandable, and provide certainty for users. The plan must be practical, implementable, and conformity requirements must be clear, and the plan should contribute to the efficiency of Nunavut's integrated regulatory system. Our review is also guided by the Commission's broad planning policies, objectives, and goals that were developed by the Commission with the Government of Canada, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and the Government of Nunavut. The 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan has addressed many concerns that the Government of Canada brought forward in 2017 and 2018. There have been significant improvements. However, several substantive issues remain, and these important issues should be addressed and resolved prior to the plan being submitted for approval. That was advice from the interpreter to make sure I drink water. Thanks, Aulajut. The Government of Canada has key outstanding issues. Clarity and certainty in how the plan should be read are critical to successful implementation of the plan. There have been improvements from previous drafts, but there are still areas that need work. For instance, overlapping land use designations remain. These should be eliminated from the plan, or clear guidance should be provided on how overlapping land use designations are to be applied to avoid ambiguous interpretation. Language in the plan requirements should also be improved to add certainty. The Government of Canada recommends adding guidance on how to interpret the application of plan requirements, especially where designations overlap, and revising language to be clear and in line with legislation. For example, replacing the term "no person" with "no proponent" would be in line with the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act definition of proponent. Maps are the basis for being able to understand and apply any land use plan. The accuracy of maps that show the zoning in the Nunavut land use plan are necessary for the public, project proponents, and regulators, as well as the Commission, to make decisions about the requirements that the plan intends to apply to a project. Here, we've selected a map of Iqalututer to provide an example of overlapping lands that are legally recognized, in addition to those land use designations found in the plan. As you can see, the overlap in this case is extensive. The Government of Canada understands there were some challenges experienced by the Commission in accessing certain map data, and understands that work is underway to address this issue. Before a final plan is submitted, the Government of Canada recommends that the Commission revise all maps in the 2021 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan to improve their accuracy and use a consistent mapping standard for the land use plan. Now we'll speak to finding the balance between economic development and conservation and the treatment of existing rights. The Government of Canada recognizes the efforts the Commission has made and the challenges it has faced. We want to be clear. The Government of Canada supports protection of caribou. Nunavut includes important habitat for caribou and other wildlife, which are critical to the well-being of Inuit and the environment. As well, there are existing rights related to mineral tenure and Inuit rights, including those associated with Inuit-owned land. In our view, the plan cannot and should not be counted on as the solution to protecting all of these values on its own. There are a number of mechanisms available in Nunavut that will help to achieve these purposes. Overlaps between existing mineral tenure and limited use zoning in the draft plan are creating conflict. These need a closer look by all parties to ensure the benefits and rights guaranteed in the Nunavut Agreement and the rights of tenure holders can still be realized and caribou and wildlife are still protected. It's a big task, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. So I wish you good luck. We'll assist where we can. Caribou population numbers have declined over time, which generates concern amongst all the participants here. The Government of Canada's objective is that the land use plan supports healthy populations that can support sustainable harvesting into the future. The Commission has many tools to consider for supporting caribou conservation, from applying to valued ecosystemic component designations to prohibiting land uses through limited use zoning. In a plan the size of Nunavut, again, not one size fits all, the Commission's use of these tools should target resolving potential land use conflicts and consider regional diversity. It is important that the Commission ensures that it knows whether the selected approach is working. Ongoing monitoring could help inform the Commission if its measures are effective. It's important to acknowledge the value the mineral economy brings to Nunavut as a key consideration. A healthy mining sector provides opportunity for Nunavummiut. It provides employment, contracting, training, and vital contributions to government, Inuit organizations, and communities that allows support of local programming. And we all know in Nunavut, nothing comes cheap. It's expensive to go out and harvest. It's expensive to buy a boat. It's expensive to buy motors. It's expensive to buy snowmobiles, ammunition. So there's got to be some kind of balance that we can look at. And we understand that there are different values applied for each of these areas. The challenge for approving parties and the Commission is to determine the best approach to ensuring that caribou and other wildlife habitat is conserved so that caribou can thrive, and ensure that Nunavummiut have the opportunity to benefit from the economic potential that comes from the mineral sector. Clear zoning without conflicts is important for ensuring conservation, as well as clarifying opportunities for economic investment. Right now, mineral tenure covers 2.5% of Nunavut. Over a third of that tenure is overlapped with limited use zones that prohibit mineral exploration, development, and related activities. As well, a number of areas with mineral tenure are fully enclosed within limited use zones. There are options to create clarity in such areas through place-based analysis. This analysis should result in clarity so that land use is clear and impact on communities, rights holders, and the environment is considered and understood. The Government of Canada has heard from and agrees with the designated Inuit organizations about the importance of considering Inuit goals and objectives with respect to Inuit-owned lands. From the perspective of a land use plan, this could be achieved in multiple ways. Nunavut has a robust regulatory system. The land use plan can be one tool. Others include collaborative work with wildlife boards and the regulatory process in Nunavut. It's important to keep in mind that all projects remain subject to Nunavut's regulatory regime. In addition to the land use plan, projects are further regulated with a view to protecting the environment. They all possess Nunavut Impact Review Board project certificates, Nunavut Water Board Type A water licenses, Crown land use permits and leases, and authorizations from the regional Inuit associations. Collectively, these authorizations tailor a robust set of terms and conditions under which the projects must operate. The draft plan applies a limited use designation to 3 of Nunavut's 4 active mines. The Government of Canada recommends that the Commission rezone areas where existing mineral tenure overlaps with the limited use designation to mixed use. There should be no overlap of limited use zoning with mineral tenure. Information on important caribou habitat should be retained as a valued ecosystem components designation to ensure it is considered by proponents and other parts of the regulatory regime. The approach in the current draft plan to address the issue of overlap between limited use zones and existing mineral rights includes a list of projects in Appendix A that would be exceptions to the limited use prohibition on future mineral development. Just to provide some context on the scope of this exception, existing mineral tenure makes up about 4% of the limited use caribou calving areas currently included in the draft plan. Should the Commission remain committed to using Appendix A to list properties that are an exception to the zoning, the Government of Canada recommends that the Commission rezone limited use areas where they overlap with Nunavut's operating mines to mixed use areas with no applicable prohibitions, seasonal restrictions, and setbacks. As well, information on important caribou habitats not already identified as valued ecosystem components should be retained under the valued ecosystem components designation to ensure it is considered by proponents and regulators. In addition, all remaining mineral tenure that overlaps with limited use designation should be included in Appendix A and clarify that the prohibitions for exploration, development, and ancillary activities such as roads and quarrying do not apply to new project proposals or significant modifications to current projects. The Government of Canada recommends that the Commission work with Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and holders of existing mineral rights and interests to ensure that any existing or future projects arising from existing mineral tenure that will be impacted by proposed limited use areas are accurately identified under Appendix A of the plan. For that portion, a good summary would be that as it stands right now, there is no existing Nunavut land use plan except for the North Baffin Tudlotup area as well as the Kivallik, and that this territorial-wide plan would kind of become the overall plan for all of Nunavut. But in the absence of that, there's always been regulatory processes and regimes. So you had, again, I'll list them, the Government of Canada Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and the regional Inuit associations, as well as the local community lands and resource committees in conjunction with the hamlets and the HTOs, all working together to make sure that everyone is being heard and that all considerations are being included with respect to the regulatory processes right now. And what we're suggesting is that we have to work with that existing system within the current draft. Now we'll focus on marine transportation. The Government of Canada understands the importance of the marine environment to Inuit and Inuit culture. Given this, a number of key considerations have guided the Government of Canada's comments about marine transportation, being it is important that navigation is done in a way that reduces its potential environmental impacts. Where there is an exception or exemption that applies to a vessel that would otherwise be restricted, the vessel should follow what the plan sets out for that area when and where possible. The plan could help provide protection to Talutiup Imanga National Marine Conservation Area in the period before it is fully established by legislation. And Canada has international legal obligations to meet and has to have the ability to ensure proper control of foreign navigation in areas where ice-breaking restrictions will be put in place. Plan requirements necessary for the protection of the marine environment, such as setbacks around walrus haulouts, should not prevent the delivery of vital services required to maintain healthy communities or to protect the environment. The Government of Canada supports the exceptions in the draft plan for activities such as community resupply, emergencies, and safe navigation. We have recommended to the Commission that other activities such as law enforcement monitoring and the placement and maintenance of navigational aids be added to the list of exceptions in the plan. And the plan defines certain vital services for clarity. For example, without definition, the meaning of safe navigation could be unclear. Someone could argue that they can travel near a walrus haulout when they think it is safe to do so. However, the Government of Canada's interpretation of safe navigation is that a vessel can travel near a walrus haulout only when it is required for the safety of the ship, crew, and passengers. The Government of Canada is also seeking confirmation that the Commission's conformity determinations will also include the exemptions granted to the Minister of National Defence within the Nunavut Agreement. This will help ensure the plan complies with the exemptions in the Nunavut Agreement and improve clarity and certainty for users. The plan includes seasonal prohibitions on ice breaking, seasonal prohibitions on ice breaking through any part of the Northwest Passage could be challenging. Possible differences of views with some other countries regarding the status of the water of the Northwest Passage make it important for the Government of Canada to retain the flexibility to allow navigation in order to assert Canada's sovereignty over its Arctic waters. We must be able to meet all legal obligations, and the proposed restrictions may prevent this. The Government of Canada has considered how the plan could provide necessary protection of sea ice during critical seasons, while at the same time providing the flexibility required to meet international legal obligations. We have recommended a collaborative approach to address the need for such protection, which would allow the Government of Canada to retain the capacity to consent to navigation, as well as proposing an exception of individual vessel movements from the requirements of the plan. Regarding individual vessel movements, the Government of Canada recommends that plan requirements which restrict ice breaking include an exception for individual vessel movements where a vessel is transiting through but not stopping in the Nunavut settlement area. The Government of Canada's understanding is that individual vessel movements are not typically considered projects. We note that the small number of individual vessel movements would still be subject to oversight, including being required to follow applicable laws and regulations. As well, whenever the Government of Canada is contacted by vessels prior to their navigation in Canadian Arctic waters, we communicate about environmental considerations such as ecologically sensitive areas or known mammal migrations, as well as recommended routing. For individual vessel movements, we could also encourage vessel operators to engage with communities as part of the voyage planning. It is our experience that these vessels take this advice into consideration. The collaborative process the Government of Canada is recommending for caribou crossings would be similar to the collaborative process for on-ice travel routes in the draft plan, which is itself similar to the model currently in place in the Khitilmuyut region under the Proactive Vessel Management Initiative. As outlined for on-ice travel routes, project proponents would need to engage with communities and hunters and trappers organizations before our project shipping occurs. Importantly, if a plan requirement for a collaborative process to protect caribou sea ice crossings is included in the plan, it would be enforceable under the Nunavut Project Planning Assessment Act. It should also be noted that the proposed exception would not apply to shipping associated with a broader project, such as a mining project. The reason for this is that recurring shipping associated with such a project would not qualify as an individual vessel movement. In addition, the Nunavut Impact Review Board can impose additional terms and conditions that further mitigate the impacts of shipping in respect of such a project. Now we will focus on national marine conservation areas. The Nunavut Land Use Plan will only apply to Talukutiup Imanga until the Canada National Marine Conservation Areas Act comes into effect. A joint Inuit Canada co-management board makes consensus decisions that include Inuit Hayamayutohangit for managing the marine conservation area. Some of the prohibited activities listed in the plan requirements may change after legal establishment, as the co-management board and planning processes will make decisions on appropriate activities. Migratory bird setbacks will apply to the key habitat areas located in Talukutiup Imanga. The plan requirements currently do not address this. It is recommended that activities that may be changed after establishment be identified as interim prohibitions to avoid confusion with future management direction. It is further recommended that the migratory bird setbacks identified in Table 1 of the Nunavut Land Use Plan be included in the plan requirements for the National Marine Conservation Area. And the Government of Canada has provided some suggested wording for Section 3.1.2 to clarify the difference between the National Marine Conservation Area awaiting establishment and future National Marine Conservation Areas. In regards to disposal at sea, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act governs disposal activities in Canadian and international waters near Canada. The Act prohibits disposal at sea without a permit. The Government of Canada prefers that the disposal at sea prohibitions be removed from the draft plan and suggests that disposal at sea continues to be addressed on a case-by-case basis under the Canadian Environment Protection Act using mandated consultation processes. As required under the Act, the Disposal at Sea program will continue to consult on permits in northern waters to address environmental concerns, including those in marine conservation areas and limited use areas. It should also be noted that the vessel discharges are regulated under the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and the Arctic Waters Pollution Prevention Act and their regulations. In regards to operations at Department of National Defense sites, the Government of Canada is re-evaluating the prohibitions of all uses in areas zoned as limited use for military facilities. There may be an opportunity to allow for some uses that would not conflict with national defense and national security. The planning process would ideally include the Department of National Defense in decision-making and approval process, which would allow activities not contrary to those of the department to advance. This may be achieved through a valued socio-economic component designation for military but we require a clear definition and what planning considerations are afforded as a result. The Government of Canada is seeking to strike a balance between having to uphold its national defense and national security mandate and remaining a partner in Nunavut. To summarize, the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of land use planning in Nunavut's regulatory system and will continue its role on a path towards a plan that can be accepted. We believe the issues presented by the Government of Canada can be resolved through continued collaboration with all involved. The Government of Canada, along with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, the regional Inuit associations, and the Government of Nunavut, recognize that issues related to Inuit-owned land, Inuit impact benefit agreements, and consultation as they relate to the land use plan are important issues in this process. The parties have begun discussions on these topics in hopes to advise the Commission on a path forward to resolve these issues. The Government of Canada supports the Commission working with the Government of Canada, the Government of Nunavut, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and the regional Inuit associations to develop a post-hearing process to collaboratively address concerns raised in this submission and at the public hearings for a refined draft plan. The Government of Canada will also continue to listen to Indigenous concerns, noting how they may be resolved, and will take any further steps necessary to ensure its duty to Indigenous rights holders has been met. So, to
summarize, we need to hear from the communities from Nunavut, Indigenous nation, for those of you who will be buried up here. If you have any concerns on draft land use planning and how we should proceed to plan land accordingly with Indigenous population, plants on land, water, and we need to carefully plan, and the Planning Commission is doing that work, and I like to thank you again for allowing us to make a presentation in the community of Pond Inlet on 2021 draft land use plan. And for those who made presentation today, yesterday, Pond Inlet and people of Nunavut, we are now open to answer your questions. If we cannot answer immediately, we will answer your questions before January 10. Thank you, Chair. We will follow our procedure.
Yeah.
The Nunavut Planning Commission staff will go first. If you don't mind, before we start answering questions, we have a short video that we'd like to present. And if it's okay with you, Chair, we have it playing on video.
From an ultra-modern bulk carrier ship carrying a cargo bound for Vancouver, to a crab or lobster fisher tending traps off our Atlantic coast, to fishers bringing in their catch off Kujuwarapik as their community has done for thousands of years. Our relationship with Canada's oceans, lakes, and rivers is essential. The movement of people and goods by water has propelled our economy and has shown us the importance of respecting and protecting our natural environment. Responsibility for Canada's oceans and waterways is one of Transport Canada's most important roles. Our focus is to prevent, prepare, and respond with several partners, including Indigenous communities and the Canadian Coast Guard. We are proud of the work we do and our record of success. Canada is signatory to many international conventions and agreements that govern how shipping is carried out worldwide. While international laws set the broad worldwide framework, Canada keeps a keen eye on every ship that is bound for or departing from our shores. When ships reach Canadian waters, Canadian rules and regulations set a tight safety framework for all vessels in the 16 designated shipping control zones, including the Canada Shipping Act 2001, the Arctic Waters Pollution Prevention Act, and the Arctic Shipping Safety and Pollution Prevention Regulations. In addition to these Canadian regulations and acts, the International Polar Code provides a mandatory framework for all ships operating in the North. The Polar Code and Canada's regulatory framework work together for safe navigation and environmental protection in the Arctic by reducing the risk of accidental spills and ensuring ships navigate safely with trained shipboard personnel. Let's take a look at vessel traffic in Canada's Arctic region.
Hi, I'm Jaideep Johar, Manager with Transport Canada's Marine Safety and Security, Prairie and Northern Region. I have spent most of my life working in marine safety, and I'm dedicated to the protection of this pristine environment. Our Arctic waters receive ships from all over the world. Let's track the voyage of an inbound ship loaded with cargo. 4 days, or about 1,500 nautical miles out from Canadian waters, all ships inbound to Canada make initial contact with Transport Canada at the Marine Security Operations Center to provide pre-arrival information about the ship, its destination, tonnage, cargo, crew, and more. This information is shared with the Department of National Defence, the RCMP, and the Canada Border Services Agency as part of a comprehensive security threat assessment. Ships are also required to exchange or treat their ballast water. This prevents foreign organisms from coming in with the ship as it sails into Canadian waters. Before entering Canadian Arctic waters, ships report to the Canadian Coast Guard in Iqaluit. As part of this report, the ship's master must submit a sail plan and identify any mechanical deficiencies or operational requirements the ship may have. All vessels operating in Canadian Arctic waters must use low sulfur fuel to reduce emissions, which improves air quality for everyone. Transport Canada's National Aerial Surveillance Program is an essential part of Canada's efforts to protect the maritime environment and marine life, while ensuring a safer shipping industry. As ships navigate along the Arctic waters, NASP aircraft monitor vessel traffic, identify oil spills, and other marine pollutants. Because ships know they could be seen at any time, NASP is a powerful deterrent for ships discharging oil at sea. In Canadian Arctic waters, there is complete prohibition of pollution or oil discharge from ships, except in special circumstances where it is strictly regulated. In the event of a spill, the polluter pays system ensures that vessels arriving in the Arctic region share responsibility for oil spills in the Canadian waters. Much like air traffic control systems, each ship of a certain size is tracked and monitored by the Canadian Coast Guard Communications Systems and Transport Canada's Regional Duty Officer. The information about the ship its previous ports of call, itinerary, and any issues or problems the ships may have is continually updated and it is critical for the safety and security of all vessels and ports in Canada. 90% of consumer goods destined for the Arctic arrive by marine ships and smaller community resupply vessels, mostly during the summer sailing months of July to October. Icebreaker vessels are essential to navigation in the Arctic as they provide a clear passage through ice at sea. This allows for the continued safe and sustainable marine shipping in the region. However, when icebreakers push through the thickened ice, this potentially creates a dangerous situation for wildlife or Inuit and northern hunters who may become stranded on ice floes. To reduce this risk, Inuit community members, Transport Canada, and the Canadian Coast Guard recently co-developed the first seasonal notice to mariners for the Kitikmeot region. Vessels must provide 1 week's notice of their passage to communities to minimize risks to people, migrating caribou, and wildlife traveling across sea ice. This is part of our broader commitment to work in partnership with Inuit communities to advance marine safety for the protection of the unique ecosystem of the Arctic region. Ships may also undergo a port state control inspection carried out by a Transport Canada's Marine Safety Inspector. In keeping with international commitments, Transport Canada inspectors will board the ship to make sure that it meets international and domestic rules and regulations before it can sail to its next destination. Once community resupply vessels have unloaded their cargo, they head off to their next port of call. Beyond our world-leading marine safety and security system, our partnership with Indigenous communities are helping to strengthen Canada's marine economy and environment, especially in the development of a skilled workforce. To create jobs and further increase marine safety in Indigenous and coastal communities, we have developed a marine training program across 3 regions to help underrepresented groups such as women, Indigenous peoples, Northerners, and Inuit access marine training and job opportunities within the marine industry.
We're proud to say that our marine safety and security system works. Despite increases in marine traffic, spills and incidents have declined dramatically in the last 20 years, and we'll continue to improve as technology evolves and we strengthen our partnerships with Indigenous and coastal communities. This is one in a series of 5 videos about Canada's marine safety and security system. Find out more at canada.ca/oceans-protection-plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks again to the Government of Canada representatives for their presentation here today. I'll start on the topic of overlapping land use designations. The Government of Canada has expressed a concern over the extent and potential confusion with overlapping land use designations in the draft plan. The Commission has made efforts to reduce those overlapping designations in the current draft plan, including primarily in the area of the proposed National Marine Conservation Area in Torreya-Emanga. We also note that in your comments you identify setbacks, for example, around key migratory bird habitat sites as not being included in the current draft, and again recommend that they be included. As we indicated earlier in this hearing, the Commission consciously chose to remove overlapping land use designations within the proposed National Marine Conservation Area in an effort to hopefully streamline future amendments to either the draft or approved Nunavut land use plan once the full establishment of this area is accomplished. I'd also like to note that not just migratory bird habitat sites overlap with the Torre Manga proposed National Marine Conservation Area, but a large number of other issues, including walrus haul-out sites, whale calving areas, polynyas, plenty of other values, as we know, exist in the area. Does the Government of Canada appreciate this attempt to simplify future amendments of the land use plan? And is it just the migratory bird sites that it's interested in incorporating into the next version of the draft plan, or do you see opportunity to find compromise and simplification in this complex situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please respond.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the question?
We brought up, I guess, in different areas of our presentation where clarity is important. We got into the whole map data sets, existing conservation areas, migratory bird sanctuaries, and the like, as well as any existing or future IIBAs that are coming up as well. And what we're recommending is that if there's any potential for any overlap, that there's more certainty and clarity with respect to potential users and to the proponents and to all parties involved. And it's good that you've pulled out some aspects of that with respect to sort of the migratory birds sanctuaries, but it's also important to know that when you look at Taluluqutiup Imanga as an example, when it comes to the co-management body that's going to be established, whether or not the plan is in conformity with respect to what has been established, and whether or not there's sort of overlapping jurisdiction. And we don't necessarily want to see that happen, but what we want to see is that both sides actually meld together and work collaboratively in respect of what needs to happen in the Taluluqutiup Imanga management for conservation purposes. So for specific sites, we'll need to work at the key migratory bird habitat sites, which ones in particular, and we can provide that list, comprehensive list in writing to you, and we'll provide that to the Commission within a very short period of time.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Terry, for the response. I think the concern, maybe if I can state it more concisely, is that if we follow that logic through, the Commission may end up reincorporating perhaps tens of land use designations into the area, and then once the area is fully established, the Commission would need to go back and separately remove tens of land use designations with separate ID numbers and plan requirements, which would create a more onerous process. If we have confidence that the area is going to be established in the near future, the Commission took the approach of simply putting one designation in, and then when the plan came to be amended, it would be one land use designation to remove. So I encourage thoughts on the likelihood of its imminent establishment and the amount of effort that would be required to adjust it once it is established. Thank Thanks.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone
Yep.
to state your name and where you're coming from.
Mamena,
Thank you.
Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Yeah, and so long as we can create simplicity so that it's clear to everyone and that there's enhanced clarity, in that way we'll collaborate and we'll work together on that and provide that information.
Thank you. Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I apologize, my computer went to sleep here. My next question is in regards to comments that have been raised during previous hearings and in written submissions by the Nunavut Water Board in regards to proposed national and territorial parks, where the Commission followed a suggestion of the Government of Canada to include a 5-year term limit on the issuance of any authorizations within these areas. And apologies, I don't have the direct quote in front of me, but the Water Board raised the concern that this may infringe on their mandate to issue water licenses for a term of up to 25 years. I'm just wondering if the Government of Canada has any comments or suggestions on how the Commission should resolve this issue and whether the Commission in fact has the authority to limit the term of authorizations issued by other regulatory authorities.
Thank you, Jonathan. Go ahead
and
and
respond.
respond.
Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. In the proposal, the Nunavut Water Board still may issue the licenses for up to 25 years. However, if and when the land in question was to become a protected area under the PCA legislation, that it would apply and that the Nunavut Water Board license would be rendered irrelevant under the Part 11.2c of the Nunavut Water Surface Rights Tribunal Act. Mamena, some of these are in acronyms, so I have to try and figure out the long form for the answer. But that's currently what we're suggesting right now, and that for the purposes, because of that situation, we will be withdrawing that comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the representatives for that helpful clarification. The next topic I wanted to touch on was individual vessel movements. We had a brief exchange about this during the Cambridge Bay public hearing, and again today the Government of Canada is suggesting that the Nunavut Land Use Plan not apply to individual vessel movements not associated with a project. And during the presentation, it was even indicated that the Nunavut Impact Review Board could in fact apply any additional terms and conditions as may be appropriate. And I just wanted to return to that issue and note that under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, Section 153, it's very clear that individual vessel movements not associated with another project are not to be reviewed by the Nunavut Impact Review Board, but it explicitly does not include such an exemption for the Nunavut Planning Commission's jurisdiction. So again, the Commission believes these individual vessel movements not associated with another project are at face subject to the requirements of any of the Nunavut Planning Commission's land use plans, and it would be a new exemption to include that in the land use plan, that it explicitly would not apply. And during previous discussions in this planning process, it has been, I believe, agreed to that the land use plan should not go above and beyond the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act in terms of what type of activities are actually subject to the land use plan generally. So I'm just wondering if representatives here today could provide any additional clarification on this recommendation and its relation to the requirements of the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. I'll answer some of that, but I'll also refer to Anita from Transport Canada to add to the response. So on the question of whether Canada view vessel movement as a project, it is the Government of Canada's understanding that the Commission does not apply currently the North Baffin Regional Land Use Plan or the Keewatin Regional Land Use Plan to vessels traveling through and not stopping in the Nunavut Settlement area. And to provide certainty to all plan users, it's important that the final Nunavut Land Use Plan clearly state that it also does not apply to these activities, which the Government of Canada is calling, quote, single vessel movements, unquote. Having the final plan clearly state that the plan requirement 2.2.5-1 does not apply to single vessel movements will also allow Canada to more easily meet its international obligations and treaties regarding passage through the waters of the Nunavut settlement area. And I'll ask Anita to provide more clarity.
Yep, go ahead. State your name and company.
Thank you, Anita Goodmanson with Transport Canada. And thank you for the questions, Jonathan. And I appreciate that we were perhaps not as clear as we thought we were in our speaking notes. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify. And Terry, thank you for that explanation. I think further to that, in regards to individual vessel movements, as far as ships that transit through the Nunavut settlement area but do not stop or undertake activities, the wording that we presently have in our recommendation is meant to be an exception to the plan requirement and not necessarily an attempt to take the exemption provision that is included in NUPA and apply it to land use planning, if that makes sense to you. And just to clarify as well with respect to the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the comments in the speaking notes, that was to clarify or point out that all other vessels that are and transits that are considered projects and are subject to the land use plan that would undergo a conformity determination may also be required to undertake a Nunavut Impact Review Board assessment where additional terms and conditions to address project-specific concerns could be added. So I hope that helps to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Savoy with the Nunavut Planning Commission. Thank you for the further clarifications. That is very helpful. The final topic I wanted to discuss today was the status of significant discovery licenses for oil and gas. We are aware that the Government of Canada, of course, has issued a moratorium on oil and gas exploration and development in the Canadian Arctic, and that there's been a commitment to a 5-year mandatory review of the moratorium. As a first question, we're just wondering if you can provide an update on the status of that current review. And in addition, the moratorium announcement references future discussions with significant discovery license holders regarding potential impacts on their rights. And we're wondering, in the context of the 2021 draft plan and the comments being received from those rights holders as a part of this process, can the Government of Canada comment on the status and nature of those discussions with rights holders at this point? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Goedemiddag. Itchevota,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Terry Odla, Crown
person who asked
Indigenous
question.
Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. With respect to the latest, the Government of Canada is currently working with Northern leaders, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and others, including the Inuvialuit out in Inuvik area, Beaufort Sea, to review the moratorium right now, to see about extending the current 5-year, considering that it's set to expire very soon. I believe there's more up-to-date information. We just can't access it right now. But as it stands, the latest we had at time of writing was the Arctic offshore oil and gas moratorium is indefinite and therefore continues to be in effect. And a Government of Canada prohibition order on all oil and gas activities in the Arctic offshore will also remain in place as long as the moratorium is in effect. This prohibition order maintains the current terms of the exploration licenses and prevents them from expiring. A 5-year science-based review developed in collaboration with Northern partners is important and fundamental to any decision on the future of oil and gas development in Canada's Arctic offshore, including the moratorium. Crown Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada is currently again working with the science-based review committee members in the Western and Eastern Arctic to develop a process to engage northern coastal communities in the Inuvialuit settlement region and in Nunavut on the recently completed reviews. So more information to come on that, especially based on the scientifically based information, and the Government of Canada will be reaching out to all the northern leaders and sharing that information and coming up with the next round on the moratorium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Jonathan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for the helpful responses to the previous question. One additional question. From Canada's perspective, would limited use or conditional use land use designations in the Nunavut Land Use Plan prevent or preclude future negotiations of Inuit and impact benefit agreements? Thank you.
Thank you. You can respond. I will try to respond. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the person asking the question.
Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs, Canada. I'll take a sip of water to buy time. As it stands now, areas with existing IBAs, does the Government of Canada agree with applying limited use zoning for conservation areas with existing IBAs? Example, national historic sites, migratory bird sanctuaries, and so on, where they've already been established legislative processes and agreements in place that reflect and prioritize use and conservation of the areas. Environment Canada and climate change overarching interest is to ensure that the zoning respects the existing IBA for the Nunavut wildlife areas and migratory bird sanctuaries in the Nunavut settlement area and the Nunavut Agreement and existing legislative provisions. Should the Nunavut Planning Commission determine that land management zoning is required for these areas, the governance system established under the existing National Wildlife Area, Migratory Bird Sanctuary IBA, Inuit Impact Benefits Agreement, could be used to assist in the Commission's conformity check. Another approach to consider for consideration of the Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement for national wildlife areas and migratory bird sanctuaries in the Nunavut settlement area could be to simply defer all management of these areas to the existing structures and frameworks. The Nunavut Land Use Plan will not apply to national marine conservation areas, national parks, and national historic sites administered by Parks Canada established under legislation. And how will the Government of Canada ensure that the plan complies with requirements for existing Inuit Impact Benefit Agreements and does not preclude the Government of Canada from meeting its legal obligations contained in the Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement? The draft land use plan can only be approved if Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated accepts it as set out under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. The designated Inuit organizations should highlight through the Nunavut Planning Commission proceedings any aspects of the draft plan that they believe is inconsistent with existing Inuit Impact Benefit Agreements. If land management zoning requirements pose conflicts with obligations under existing Inuit Impact Benefit Agreements, Environment Canada and Climate Change will endeavour to work with the Nunavut Planning Commission and the IBA or Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement governance systems to ensure requirements for those existing IBAs are respected. The Nunavut Land Use Plan will not apply to national marine conservation areas, national park and national historic sites administered by Parks Canada established under legislation, the Canada National Marine Conservation Areas Act and the Canada National Parks Act. For the limited use zone for the area that will become Talotiu Imanga National Marine Conservation Area, the Government of Canada has recommended wording to avoid conflict with the Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement or limiting the responsibilities of the co-management Aulatigateri board. And then on the question of does the Government of Canada support a plan with limited use designations that have the practical effect of establishing conservation areas on Inuit-owned lands without the negotiation of Inuit impact benefit agreements? In the Government of Canada's view, limited use designations in an approved Nunavut land use plan would not be subject to the requirement for an Inuit impact and benefits agreements as described in Article 9 of the Nunavut Agreement. However, even though the Government of Canada's view is that an Inuit impact benefit agreement would not be required, it is still open to a non-prejudicial exploration of what a potential Inuit impact benefit agreement could look like for certain areas. And the Government of Canada has had productive side table discussions with Nunavut Tungangavik Incorporated, the other DIOs, designated Inuit organizations, and the Government of Nunavut on this particular issue to better understand interests and positions and to consider innovative options to address the issue, which include an Inuit impact benefit agreement. We and other parties will continue these discussions and hope to develop agreed upon approaches to address this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Jonathan, are you done? Anyone from the panel? Lisa? And don't forget to state your name and organization, and please direct your questions to the statements made.
Thank you, Larry O'Little, delegate for Ivel Hunters and Trappers Association, Grease Fjord. More than anything, it's more of a comment, just to remind you of your sense of the past. When it comes to wildlife management, for our own experience, the Government of Canada's advice didn't work for us. When we were living in where we live, Grease Fjord and Linton Peninsula, we used to follow Government of Canada's regulated caribou hunt from Pram Fjord for 10 years. And the men were only allowed to harvest bulls only, and in 10 years' time, there were no more caribou. The wolves didn't have it. The wolves killed off the females because there were no more bulls to protect them. And then we're watching the muskox relocated to Kuujjuaq, almost like taking our place. And they were in Kuujjuaq captivity for I don't know how long. And the muskox, we know, will explode in population now and then and die off. But now in Nunavut, Quebec, there's lots of muskox, way, way too much. And I know that I don't think there was a proper study before they released them. And the only other issue I want to talk about is when the federal government talks about transportation costs, especially in the high Arctic, being very expensive. You reminded us again. I don't want to hear that anymore. I want you to fix it. You are the regulating Government of Canada, hired to help us have easier life. So I just want to say that. I just have to say that. Transportation costs is expensive in the north, but who can fix it? You can fix it. You're the regulators. Thank you.
Go ahead, Terry.
Comment to Nova Limat.
But
the reason why I put my finger up is I drink so much water, I need a bathroom break.
Thank Thank you. We can take a 5-minute break to our 10 minutes. We'll make it 10 minutes. And we'll come back after. Alrighty, let's start again. Before we begin, Terry has.
Ja, goedemiddag, Vota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Terry Oudla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. I just wanted to clarify one response that John had asked about individual vessel movements. If you look at Article 12 of the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, 12.2, which is geographic application, that this article shall apply to both land and marine areas within the Nunavut settlement area and to other outer landfast ice zone shipping associated with project proposals in the Nunavut settlement area shall be subject to this article. However, normal community resupply or individual ship movements not associated with project proposals shall not be subject to parts 4, 5, and 6. And that's where it stems from. We just didn't kind of just draw it out of the air. We actually are using the Nunavut Agreement as the source.
Thank you. Are you done? Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Terry, for that clarification. I still think the Article 12 that you reference is in relation to the Nunavut Impact Review Board, not the Nunavut Planning Commission. So that was the distinction that we were trying to emphasize. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you done? Yep, that's understandable. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Licensing out. I have HTO. Can you hear me okay? I have two questions. In the past, what was used and what is to be expected in the future? I am concerned nowadays through letters. I've never seen this in writing, but I've heard about it from employees who used to work for Pan-Arctic Oils Limited. I had heard before that up in the north area where we hunt, they used to dump materials into the ocean. I've only heard this. I've never seen it in writing. I want to know if this is the truth. That they had apparently dumped all kinds of materials, huge amounts of materials into the ocean. The past employees who used to work up there at Pan-Arctic Oils, they have said before that they had dumped a bunch of material into the ocean. In some ways, I'm starting to believe it with respect to the wildlife. People have caught seals with some bad fur, some with bad liver conditions. And today we have no seals at all now. Since spring, summer, the men hunting seals have not had any luck. What is causing that? Do you think it could be the garbage that was dumped into the ocean? I'm asking whether you guys know about this. If you know about it, I want to hear that. And the other question I have, I'll go ahead. Back in the past, when they were doing oil gas exploration. We had heard there are oil gas deposits up there. I haven't seen this in writing. I just hear it from other people. If that's true or not, and if that is the case, if that will go ahead, we community members up there will need to take part in these projects if there's exploration for oil or gas. What happened in the past, I know it won't happen again now. But you hear these things that there may be exploration in the future. So the HTO and community members will want to be made sure that they're informed about these activities if these will happen. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, goedemiddag. Thank you for the
question. First of all, the oil exploration companies in the past were Pan-Arctic. They're looking into their projects, what they were doing. There are 13 that have been looked into. They were on land, but we do want to hear more information regarding marine activities. If they had done these things, we do want to hear about these things and exactly where we could search for these things. And people will go up there, perhaps in Resolute. They have wanted to hold a meeting in Resolute Bay regarding this matter. You probably will be invited from Visfjord during the meeting, at the meeting. We will be available, and we're available through the internet or email. If I can be given a brief letter.
If you can provide that information through the main office with the Khikirtanini Association, and then we can work together on getting those sites together, and then we'll have that prepped up. For the oil and gas moratorium, I mentioned earlier that we are working with the northern leaders, so Nunavutungavik Incorporated. I guess in the general sense, we rely on Nunavutungavik Incorporated, Khikirtani Inuit Association to ensure community involvement and to ensure that your concerns are being heard.
If you keep QI and TI informed and use them as strength, they would inform the government of Canada, and if the communities need information about this, we would give that to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and name it in law. HTO upon Inlet. I have a statement, and I have two questions. It was said that benefits for the community members need to go to the community members. And the government, the Inuit organizations, QIA, work together with the HTO in the communities that will be affected or are affected. QIA has their system of running, operating. When they do impact benefit agreements, as said before, they go through Clark. We have a member from HTO in Clark, Hamlet. There's an elder, community member at large. The so-called Clark aren't an organization at all. And they're not recognized by anybody. They're not attached to any law. They have no authority. And they're called an organization. They're a committee. The HTO are an actual organization. We are designated an organization and not being resourced. There have been many issues with the IIB that we had to deal with, along with the Tadotio among a conservation area that HTO have not been asked to attend. And NTI, we've told NTI in the past that these matters that haven't been dealt with are becoming too numerous. Can we meet with you? And they barely come to town, and our statements are never dealt with or discussed. So I do want to ask the designated unit organizations, you feel like you need to have someone to look at what they're doing, because they're not doing the duties they're supposed to, and they're doing it too slowly. Who can we get to look into these DIOs? That's my question. First question. Perhaps that is more directed to NTI. Do you want to go ahead and respond, Terry? Perhaps a short answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the person asking the
Terry
question.
Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada.
We just followed the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement, Article 39, with respect to Inuit organizations. And who appoints them? It's all explained in there. And so if community members have issues, you do have voted representatives to the QIA, and that can be your route. You can use that person for your strength and use that person and keep them well informed, make them understand what's happening. That you'd have to do that. And perhaps the best way would be on how to think about the matter, but we, with the Government of Canada, to the Inuit organizations, we can't tell you how to run yourselves. You run your own organizations. That's my response. Thank you. Yep, and this is also outside of our mandate. The people in question are here, and perhaps you can talk to them at the break. If you have any other questions, go ahead. Yep, thank you. Name it in the HTO. Some of this is the Hamlet mandate, but it had been brought up through environmental matters. In the 1970s, Nunavut started operating, and in the 70s, the federal government had created organizations that would be the designated organizations. And Pawnee was to become an organized hub and we were able to get jet service, and we would become the hub for the high Arctic. But Nunavut came along, and the airport we were going to get was moved to Nunavut. And in about 30 years, Nanisivik would only operate for 30 years. For those of us in the high Arctic, it has delayed us 50 years for infrastructure. For example, infrastructure. Yeah, we could become a hub, like infrastructure, like jet strips. So we've been delayed this much by Nanisivik, and they use mining to hold us back. I'm wondering if the federal government has looked into this matter. Will they bring to fruition what they were going to bring us 50 years ago? How does the situation stand now? Thank you. And that is also outside our mandate. We understand the statement. We understand that you need clarification on these things, but it's still outside our mandate. If you have any other questions regarding NPC matters, you feel free to ask questions, but this question is geared toward something that is outside of our mandate. Are you done? Go ahead and ask your question. We've been saying these important things that need to be worked on, that need to be dealt with. And this matter with respect to gas, there are no answers to how that will be dealt with. When this is over in January, it will take 10 years for you to be able to look at these matters again. For example, the gas issue, and perhaps it's now 5 years from now that this moratorium, they won't be able to stop this moratorium. And exploration companies can start exploring again. We have no protection in place, and for these matters not to be dealt with. And for example, NPC is saying it's not our responsibility. We're being told all these things. It's like it's a waste of time to even ask these questions. Thank you. Yeah, we are here to listen to statements. We're not here to argue. We're here for consultation from the community members, government, NTI, and other organizations. We're here for consultation, and these matters have been worked on since 2007 in the new land use plan. It's still in the draft stage. And that's why we're here for consultation. It's very obvious that we hear your statements, and we understand you have questions that are geared toward other things. We understand that, and these people are here, and the people you want to talk to are here. You can ask them with questions, but we are here to deal with matters that we need to deal with. So I have no choice but to go back to what we're supposed to be doing. It's obvious that you have serious questions to ask these guys, but this may not necessarily be the venue to do it. As we said before, you can talk to them during breaks, lunch hour, anytime. But we are trying to deal with the matters that we need to deal with. And we understand what you're saying, where you're coming from. Yeah, you have many questions. We understand that. But we are trying to deal with matters that we need to deal with. I have no choice, but I have to say that we're not here to argue. We're here to listen. And we're here to listen to your decisions. And we will have to make decisions on our own. So we're here to consult the communities and from the governments, from the people, community members. We are here to listen to things that will help us make our decisions. So I keep saying, I'm sorry, it seems like but we are here to deal with NPC matters, and I apologize. You do have other avenues to ask your questions outside of our work. Thank you. Elijah has a question. I am Elijah Panikpakutu. I am actually Elijah Kaju, but that's my traditional name. The government gave me my name, and they turned me into Panikpakutu. My father was Panikpakutu. So I'm explaining myself. And I have been delegated by the Hamlet to attend this meeting as an elder consultant with respect to the knowledge that we have. I don't necessarily have a question. I understand the statements you were making, but I do want to show you something regarding that oil exploration or oil thing that they're trying to plan for. I did work for 4 years with Pan Arctic or some other oil exploration company, and in the community. In 1965, during the summer, fall, around this time of year, the government were late, and they had brought in oil that wasn't in barrels. There was one big tank in front of the old Hamlet garage, and I remember that it was a $200,000 gallon tank. We were on gallons back then. They were filling it up. It was almost full, but due to the fact that the ice was piling up, the pipeline had broken, and there was an oil spill under the ice before it almost drained all the gas. And when there was ice here, it's very hard to tell. It's very hard to know how to clean it up. We were pretty young back then. We youth. We were on top of the sea ice with buckets and naphtha cans, filling up barrels with the spill. We filled over 100 barrels. We poked holes in the sea ice, and the oil or gas would show up, and so we would scoop it up. That was how we tried to clean it up, with no assistance from Southerners. We were all Inuit. And nobody was paying us for this, of course. And we were trying to protect ourselves. And there's that story. There are all these accidents, not by cause, that happen at any time. And someone did a study up there from the oil company. Oh, it was at Cape Hat. They did a study. We call it Tokayak. It has a little cove just before Milne Inlet, on the way to Milne Inlet. We did a mock oil spill. Petro-Canada did a mock oil spill there to see how they could clean up the spill. The crude oil spill, how they could clean up crude oil spills in the Arctic. And today, the oil is still up there at the bottom of the ocean due to the coldness of the ocean. It's still there. It's starting to get smaller, but it's very slow. This cove is sheltered. There are no winds there. There are no waves there. And that was the case. We know this very well because we did work on those projects. And in the past, they had wanted to do oil exploration in Lancaster Sound, and that was Northern Petroleum. They had wanted to drill in the area, and we had stopped them. We were concerned that the sea ice was always moving up there. It never stops, and for that reason, as I related earlier, the spill in the community of Pond Inlet was gasoline. It was refined oil. It all went under the ocean, under the sea ice. The year later, the next year, the seals had died off in our area, all the way to Bylot Island. And they were fat seals. What killed them? We tried to study them, and they would eat on cod and copepod. Under the sea ice is very rough. They have like pack ice because the ice do grind together, and the cod flee into the rough ice under the sea ice, away from the seals. And when the seals start eating them, they were killed by the cod, and many seals did that year, the year after the spill. And this is a good matter to think about. If there were to be oil exploration, NPC would have to plan for what cleaning materials they would need for under the sea ice and on the ocean. And of course, the sea ice forms the rear, and we have all these icebergs. It was said icebergs could be towed by ships, but we had these two ships try and tow one iceberg, and they couldn't do it. And apparently, the iceberg was grounded. All these hardships appear, and we always get icebergs from Lancaster Sound every summer annually. They enter through Neighborhood Inlet, and that goes with wildlife and icebergs and multi-year ice. We call multi-year ice bukta, those big chunks of 20-foot ice. So these are cautionary tales that I've told, how a cleanup can appear once they're completely able. Once they know, then they would do whatever they want to search for oil. We're not trying to stop exploration, but there are dangers in that, and we've seen this here in the community of Pond Inlet. Thank you for letting me relate my story. And you can take that into consideration for your decision makings by the federal government or whichever agencies, including NTI. They're usually the ones to approve these huge projects, mega projects. This story needs to be taken into very careful consideration. We have no plans as any. We don't have any cleanup plans in place. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the statement. Please note that your statements are being recorded, and the statements you made will be taken into consideration. And same for you, Naaman. I'm available anytime. Along with my telephone number anytime, and you can call me
975 4501. 867-975-4501.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Lemiki wants to make a statement too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I get off track, feel free to stop me anytime. Thank you. Lemiki Padalo, Hamlet of Clyde River. My statement is not a question. I don't have a question. Back then, our community, before Clyde River became the big community that is now, we still had some people there, but very few. And there were not a lot of Southerners. The only Southerners there at the time were the store manager and what we call the listeners, MOT. And they were the only Southerners there, and when the sea ice formed, they didn't have any vehicles or transport of any kind. They would hire Inuit to transport their garbage out onto the sea ice. And right up to spring, they would dump their garbage onto the sea ice. And even some kind of liquid. Yep, it's obvious there's a spot on land that this liquid had been spilled and the ground is white now. And perhaps if you could look at it, it would be nice if you could look at it. And the other thing, when we started getting ships up here, well, the trawlers, when we now have fishing trawlers in our community too, we've had some members work on the fishing boats. And we have stories from those who worked on fishing boats, and they said they would use trawlers to haul anything like man-made things, and we heard this in our community. And the third thing, across from Clyde River during the spring when we were fishing for turbot, we had a turbot training session. We would catch sharks with turbot hooks, and we would bring them ashore and we would check to see their stomach contents. And they would have like wildlife in their stomach contents. One time we caught a shark, I cut open its stomach and there was a whole bunch of wire in its stomach. And we were pretty shocked about that, so I want to express that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, thank you. That's more of a statement. No question. Thank you. I tend to go off topic, which I probably will. And I'm thinking that you have no authority at all. There are a lot of things you can't deal with. My question to the federal government, I want to express it. First of all, thank you. The person who was speaking, I believe his name was Terry. You talked about wanting to meet with us. And this is great news for us and empowering. Recently, I had to go to Ottawa. I went to Ottawa. I was not delegated. I had too many questions for the federal government. I went there to meet with our senator, paid out of my old age pension. And I talked with him in Ottawa. I told him I want to see you guys. We have all these issues that we need to deal with as the HTO. I am Charlie Narl from the HTO. So regarding wildlife, impacted wildlife, even if they're being planned for, we haven't really expressed them fully because we don't have anyone to talk to. The route to Milne Inlet, the people have cabins up there, and families stay up there. There are several cabins up there, and the area has fish char. And there are many char up there. There are many lakes up there with char that migrate to the ocean. And those, they are passed through, the ship passes by very closely. All these ships, all going up there, all going back. They're crossing each other and they pass close by the shore when you're up there. That inlet is pretty narrow. For these reasons, the federal government, we definitely need to talk with for these reasons, and their fish were spoken about a little bit by, I don't know by who, and I believe it was from a Hamlet organization, the place with the most char called Collective Bay. People can't even catch char anymore. It's close to Milne Inlet. And the H2O had not wanted ships and people to go up there, but the char all have disappeared. I don't know where they went to. And in that area, there have been incidents happening. All these sculpin, there are so many dead. We saw them. And close by, we saw so many cod that were dead. And in front of the community, and someone told us, a researcher named Maria Yip, oh, they were testing halibut and cod and stuff, and they found dead halibut and cod, I guess. And so for these reasons, we want to talk with the federal government. Somebody needs to deal with this matter seriously and do it right. Do this research properly. We definitely need to sit down and talk about this matter. We have a lot of statements, but once we have a meeting, I will talk about them. And so I try to keep my statement short. We definitely need to deal with this matter, and I appreciate that you guys were able to come to the community. We definitely want to see you in the community. I told our senator, I told him, you need to come to the community, and apparently he was coming here in March, but as we were talking, he moved his date to January. I told our elected official, bring some people from the federal government with some authority. Come to the community. We will meet with you. We will talk with you. We will plan with you. And in the conservation area for Te Imanga, we will discuss that too. And so we discussed that. I'm very glad that you guys are here. DFO, come back here with DFO next time you come here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, more statement. Thank you, Moses. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the Hamlet Councillor from Pond Inlet. The Greasefield resident licensing statement. that she thought the company had dumped materials into the ocean. When we were exploring for gas and oil in 1973, I too was at a site near Greece Fjord. I think it was called Agord. We were just a camp, and I don't think we were anywhere near a drilling site. I was just there. I think the place was called Christopher. I may be wrong. There was only an airstrip. I did not see anyone throw materials into the ocean. I was there for 20 days, close to Greece Fjord. At Rape Point, we would fly from Rape Point to that site. As I had been there before, I had not seen anyone dump material into the ocean. I feel like I need to apologize, Mr. Chair, for being there at the time. Perhaps the federal government understands the situation. I myself was just there during 1970 when I was working for Pan Arctic. Thank you. Thank you. More of a statement. I don't have any more names from the panel. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Kaluk, World Wildlife Fund. When the government was giving their presentation, they said that organizations are very good organizations, and even some of these matters aren't dealt with. There are other organizations that can deal with them. And looking at these other organizations, it's not very believable in some ways when you're in Inuk. This is the organization that you built. It's your job. If you put it in there, it will become a law and everybody will have to obey it. That is the strongest part of being your organization for Inuit. It was said that the environment can do this and that. But the environmentalists, they just give reports. After they do their study, especially in Pond Inlet, they give their report to the minister. The minister can agree to it. The minister can say no. The minister can set whatever he wants to. And then it's up to anybody with respect to Inuit's needs. If we look at the operation during the spring in May, regarding phase 2, the NERB heard all the Inuit's concerns, and they said, say no. And they gave great reports, great statements. We're still waiting for the minister. What's he going to say? And so NERB had to deal with the same matters, and Baffenland had wanted to increase their ore production. In September 22, they wanted the minister to say yes with respect to what the Baffenland wanted, and right after 12 days, the minister agreed to it right away. So as an Inuit, it's hard to believe that our concerns won't go anywhere if we try and use another organization. The government needs to hear that this organization is what will sit. And the government organizations need to look at these issues. Thank you. Yep, more of a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley with the Friends of Land Use Planning. I have a couple of questions with regards to grandfathering. As I understand, the federal government position is that all rights acquired until the plan is finally signed off should be allowed to continue, all rights, mineral rights acquired. And with the free entry system, unless lands are taken away, rights can be acquired through most of Nunavut at the moment. With the online staking, even as we sit here, rights can be acquired, including in calving grounds. I would like to just verify and clarify that the federal government's position that mineral rights that would be acquired in calving grounds should also be grandfathered through, even if the final plan has them within limited use areas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
First of all, name and
email address.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Paul Crowley. Terry Outlook, the federal government.
The question on the existing rights and accepting mineral projects from plan requirements, and you use the premise of even those on caribou calving grounds. But when it comes to sensitive areas, we do require feedback from all those that may be impacted in that process and procedure to ensure that any sensitive areas are being taken into account, and that for those that are provided rights, that they be preserved under the Nunavut Land Use Plan, be it by rezoning areas with existing mineral tenure to mixed use or accepting that mineral tenure from prohibitions on mineral exploration and development. To be clear, mineral projects already approved under the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act may continue to operate at the same level after the plan is approved. And what I'm speaking about is companies and prospectors that have existing rights to lands and minerals and would want to grow and develop that right, which bring important economic benefits to Nunavut. And in some cases, many of those lands also have important habitat for caribou that need protection. And all of this needs to be balanced in a way that has the least impact on the future well-being of Nunavut. There is a robust process in place to handle the regulation and legislation of mineral projects. To reach commercial operation, mining projects must obtain project certificates, water licenses, land use permits or leases, or other regulatory approvals, which together prescribe a set of terms and conditions under which they must operate and that have been tailored to that specific operation. So in going through that process, the concerns of harvesters, of the wildlife boards will be taken into account and applied accordingly when it comes to providing any measures to ensure that there's little to no impact on any caribou calving grounds.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So the short answer is yes, rights acquired in a calving area could continue through. Is that correct?
I'm trying to
Thank you, Chair.
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. I'm trying to kind of reconcile the pre-plan and post-plan. If there is no existing plan, and if there is an existing plan, what the difference may be with respect to designation, limited use designations, or mixed use, or whatever designation there may be for caribou calving areas. We do support the designation of limited use, and know and understand that in the case of today's presentation from the Hikirtani Inuit Association, they suggested that there'd be increased limited use for the purposes of protecting caribou calving grounds, and that's one aspect of where caribou calving grounds would be protected. In the instances where there are caribou calving grounds in other regions where it would have limited use designations that may or may not apply to Inuit-owned lands, that's another subject matter altogether. But for exemptions, Inuit-owned lands and existing tenure on Inuit-owned lands or existing tenure, again, it's based on the robust aspect of ensuring that all protections are being put in place, and that nothing that would at any point make it difficult for the communities to be either self-reliant or self-sufficient is a huge factor in the decision-making process. And if that outweighs the actual benefits of any mineral tenure, that will be a huge factor in that decision as well.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So again, the short answer is yes. A project could continue as long as it has been acquired before, rights have been acquired before this plan is approved, and we don't yet know when this plan will be approved. Those rights could continue in a calving ground afterwards, because the federal government in its position is recommending that those areas would no longer be limited use, but would be mixed use and allow for that project or that work to continue. Is this correct?
Yeah, Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Yes, so long as they have been lawfully issued, that would be the case.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Some interveners in previous hearings of the Commission have also requested that linear infrastructure, roads that allow proponents to get into their project areas, should also be allowed within limited use areas, or the designation should be changed. What is the position of the federal government with regards to linear infrastructure or rights to put in linear infrastructure into projects that may have been acquired, or areas where mineral rights have been acquired before this plan is signed off on?
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. That's based on the assumption on whether or not linear infrastructure is in accordance with whatever designations there may be. In some cases, not everything is approved. It has to go through the screening process. It has to go through all the regulatory requirements. When it comes to production, then, you're looking at an Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement as well. So all of those, when you factor all those in, and this is what I mean about being robust, is that you ensure that if it's going to happen, that everyone that is impacted is also being benefited as well, and that there's a balanced approach to this whole process over and above the regulatory requirements. So just based on the fact that an existing tenure is continue on to production or operation does not necessarily mean or guarantee that they're going to be approved for any and every linear infrastructure that may follow.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. So areas identified by communities that are important to them for caribou, calving grounds, for instance, if I understood correctly, is that linear infrastructure, it is the position of the federal government that linear infrastructure, roads, as long as they make it through the regulatory process, should also be allowed. So if a community identifies an area as a no-go area, but rights are acquired, as they could be tonight online, in that area, it's the position of the federal government that those rights should trump over the identification that Inuit in this hall have made of that area being important, and that it should be a no-go area. Is this correct?
Goedemiddag, Ichivota, Manatan Apersokto, Terry Audla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. No, we're saying that the plan, once it has been established, once the limited use designations and other designations have been established, and there's existing tenure, and they want to go on to either production and or increased activity, that people from the communities will be consulted and heard, and that we will go through the regulatory process and ensure that the co-management aspects within the regulatory process are being adhered to as well. So I can't necessarily say as a representative of the government of Canada that carte blanche, that all types of tenure, existing tenure, will be approved. It has to be done on a case-by-case analysis, and each case or existing tenure will be different, but with full faith in the existing and post-plan regulatory processes.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Is the Government of Canada comfortable with this approach, considering that the one example with the Meadowbank and Whaletail Hall Road, through which the Nunavut Impact Review Board imposed conditions with regards to when the road should be closed, when activities should be shut down, and those protocols are in the project certificate. They were imposed just over 4 years ago. On the public record, the government of Nunavut, at the Nunavut Impact Review Board, has now stated that it has been 4 years where those protocols have not been implemented. They have also noted that helicopter flights that should not have occurred have occurred regularly. The confidence in the Nunavut Impact Review Board's ability to look at cumulative impacts, to look at being able to regulate a project sufficiently to meet the community's conditions. Is this, with regards to caribou, something that the federal government is comfortable relying on at this point?
Yeah,
And
Terry Outla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. In the hearings recently with respect to that specific project and the whale tail deposit and the Hall Road, we have heard from representatives from the area that that specific project has been put on pause for the purposes of protecting the migration of the caribou, and that it seems to be ongoing. And for the specifics of what you just mentioned, we can probably discuss this more as to what you've heard as well as what we've heard, and see where it is that there are issues. We did hear from the government of Nunavut on some of their issues, and what we need to do on our side for enforcement purposes is to firm that up and confirm it all, and then to either look at the records and or seek further information from the communities as well. And that's something that, in my opinion, for the purposes of monitoring, enforcement, and regulatory requirements and everything else, again, it's a robust system. But it does require, again, on a case-by-case basis, to ensure that all concerns and everything that has been done or put in place for the purposes of protecting the caribou, or whatever conditions have been put in place, are being adequately monitored, are being adequately enforced. And in order to do that, I can't necessarily speak for all existing tenure or future projects, but it's something that, I mean, we work with what we have, with the best tools available, and then we try and ensure that all protections are being put in place, and to ensure that none of the self-reliance and the harvesting exercises of Inuit are being compromised in any way. So the more monitoring, the more inspection and everything else, it can be a daunting task, but at the same time, we will be working towards achieving the best that we can with what we have. But at the same time, it's probably best that we take this offline, and I can get the specifics from Mr. Crowley and get that information so that we can include it into our determination right now. And we are currently looking into what the government of Nunavut has provided as well. And I'll leave it at that. Mr. Chair.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. The comments are part of the public record at the Nunavut Impact Review Board and available at the public registry. They were made by the government of Nunavut on June 30th, 2022. with regards to the 2021 annual report for Agnico Eagle's mines Meadowbank and Whaletail. And I will quote, "The GN disputes the proponents' claim the decision trees were implemented properly in 2021. This is the fourth consecutive annual report covering the project's entire life to date, for which there has been failures. The GN has expressed concerns about non-compliance with project certificates, and failure to implement them fully constitutes a breach of trust and undermines the integrity of the environmental process in Nunavut." I bring this up and want them on the public record. Oh, sorry, too fast? I put this on the public record because these are documents that are publicly available, and it appears that the Government of Canada is position relies on other parts of the regulatory system, and the evidence we have to date when it comes to caribou protection is not as robust as either the company has set out and is not as robust as perhaps the Government of Canada is setting out. When combined with the possibility of linear infrastructure, roads, grandfathered projects could have a major impact to undermine what communities are seeking when they want no-go zones to protect caribou, important caribou areas like calving grounds. Thank you.
Goedemiddag, it's a vote out. Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs, Canada. As I said earlier, we are currently working with the Government of Nunavut, and we have inspectors that are looking into and are finding and gathering facts. We have inspections that will enforce the Nunavut Planning Project Assessment Act as well. But then when you look at overlap areas, and this is what we've been recommending from the very beginning as the Government of Canada, that the Commission rezone all areas with existing mineral tenure currently overlapping with the limited use designation to mixed use areas with no applicable prohibitions, seasonal restrictions, and setbacks in order to improve the clarity of intended land use in Nunavut, knowing and understanding that there will be areas sensitive such as caribou calving grounds and migratory routes. And that's something that we are forever trying to figure out as well as to what the best option may be. And this is what I said earlier about how all the competing aspects of land use planning is somewhat of a, I wouldn't say hot potato, but it's something that you as the Planning Commission have to take into consideration for the purposes of finalizing the territorial land use plan. So I hear the questioner, and we are working with the Government of Nunavut as well as with the proponents involved and the stakeholders from the region to see and get to the bottom of what breaches there have been, what they've identified as areas of concern for the purposes of the enforcements, and we'll guarantee that, we will be working to get to the bottom of it and to find out from not only the stakeholders, but the government of Nunavut and the proponents themselves to see what went wrong, if anything went wrong, and what can be done to address it and fix it.
Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. With regards to the requirement for an Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement, my understanding of the Nunavut Agreement, Article 9, is that when a conservation area is created through legislation, it requires an Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement. I also understand that Canada counts the equivalent of limited use areas in at least 2 other land use plans towards Canada's conservation targets, both nationally and internationally, and would look to count limited use areas for the purpose of conservation both nationally and internationally. As these limited use areas are created through the powers given to the Commission through the Land Claim and particularly through the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act, I would like to ask the federal government which element in particular do they view does not require an IIBA under the Nunavut Agreement in this case.
Thank you.
Terry Odla, Crown Indigenous Relations, Northern Affairs Canada. Yeah, for the purposes of legal interpretation, I know Crowley, being a lawyer, sometimes it's something that would be a great question to get an answer for, but considering that I'm not as lawyerly, for lack of a better term, it was not the Government of Canada's intention to use the Nunavut land use planning process to achieve Canada's conservation targets. That said, Canada has agreed to ambitious global targets for conserved and protected areas, and there is a possibility to count zoning in land use plans towards conservation targets, but only once those plans have been approved. And it's also important to note that this response and work is related to ongoing discussions with Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated and the other regional Inuit associations and the government of Nunavut around the interest of negotiating Inuit impacts and benefits agreements.
I think that's all the questioning there is. I think we'll conclude tonight. I know there are more questions to be had. We'll continue in the morning. The federal government are not yet finished, and we'll start with them tomorrow morning. Thank you for your questions and answers. We'll start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.